welcome in. Congrats to Alex on first. So this is the kitty I made the other day with its head is turned. Like it's looking this way instead of straight. But it's all connected, so you don't really notice. But this is the kitty I made last night. I made a noodle kitty. They're different sizes because I tried using different size hooks just to see what the difference would be. But those are the two kitties I made. We'll be building this today. It's another small set, but you know, that's what we were going for so that we do more crochet afterward. Thank you. I bought this group of patterns. It was like 16 in one patterns or something like that. And there were like really two different groupings of patterns. So the cats like I made like that body type. And then like chunky, more triangular body type. And then there was like 8 of each. And some cats appear kind of like in both, like I should say like some patternings on the cats appear in both. But the tuxedo cat was only in that one because I had done the one in that type of body style, so I was going to try making one in the other type of body style, but then I realized the tuxedo cat was only in one of them, and I could have just done like modified one of the others and just like swapped it out. So instead of using yellow yarn, used black. But I was like, it still didn't look like your typical tuxedo cat. And I know tuxedo cats have different types of colorings too, so it still kind of would have worked. But we have a tuxedo cat, and the one I made is more like her coloring. So that's why I just went with it. So this is a tiny set today, but that is okay because we're working on crochet. And thank you for popping in. Aren't you special? I appreciate it. This one's only like 2 bags and 124 pieces. So not very big at all. I know normally when we do small sets, we kind of like double up, but see, I don't do any blankets. Many moons ago, I had bought one of those books where it was like teach you to crochet, but it's really like only teaching you to crochet like this one type of scarf, and it came with like a hook and the book, and then it said buy your own yarn. So I did that, and I kind of learned to make that scarf, and then I just made it over and over again. But that was many moons ago. Feed the monster. But a friend of mine that I met through Twitch came to visit because she wanted to see the eclipse, and we were like in the path of totality. And so she came to visit, and she was like, well, I'm there. I'm going to teach you to crochet. So I bought one of those kits off Amazon that's like, you're going to make this animal, and it has like the 1 or maybe 2 hooks you need, 1 or 2 stitch markers, the safety eyes, and the yarn just for that specific thing, and a little bit of fluff to stuff it. And she was like, okay, we're going to use that, and we'll teach you how to crochet from there. And so I did that, and then she was like, now just like find stuff, like free patterns off Etsy and stuff to make. And I bought a book from Barnes & Noble that was like, I forget what brand. But it was very good. It was like very detailed, had lots of pictures to show you like step by step, very clear instructions. And so I started making that stuff. And I bought like crochet supply kit from Amazon. So it had like the hooks with like the rubbery grip over the handles, plus a set of metal ones. It had more stitch markers, a scissor, um, like the fabric tape measure, um, and some other things. And it came with some like really cheap, not like the best quality yarn, but as I was just learning to make things, I wasn't worried about like how fantastic the yarn is. Yeah, this was like just to get started. Like that way I wasn't spending a ton on something it turned out that I wasn't like actually that crazy about doing. I cannot get his eyeballs like centered in this hair. And like the hair has to go a certain way cuz, you know, that's slightly better. But it was like good for getting started. Right? Like if it turned out it wasn't something that I was going to want to continue to do, I hadn't spent a fortune. Um and then I like I said, I started making stuff from that book and like random things I found on Pinterest and things like that. Yeah. Like it was good to like cheap. Like I said, the yarn was not fantastic, but as I was just starting out, I wasn't too worried about it. Joe has asked for a blanket. He saw some yarn in the shop and immediately went over to see how it felt. I have to feel things. I hate buying things on the internet. I have to feel things. He liked the feel a lot and asked if we could buy it. I asked what he wanted for it. You make me a blanket. Like it's just so easy. Like poof. I mean, that's where you go poof. You're a blanket. Yeah, I don't do any of the blankets or anything, but I have become obsessed with making weird creatures. Food related looking creatures. Our current project we're working on is a crochet and meatballs. So, a crochet and meatball jellyfish. So, if that gives you any idea about weird creatures I like to make. I will figure out which direction they want me to turn this. It is super soft. It's ridiculously soft. I love it. Sometimes I hate it while I'm working with it, but I do love it. Our motorbike is spitting out fire. Yeah. Sometimes you're like pulling and it just rips, and you're like, well, fuck. That is like you're trying to pull the magic circle closed and it just rips, and you're like, well, thanks. That's totally what I was going for. There is definitely like a learning curve to it, to working with it, like how hard to pull before it rips, and like just tension and whatnot. There is a learning curve, but I mean, there's a learning curve with just about everything. So, oh, I bet because you're like, I find a lot like what I'm doing when the times I've tried to work with like your basic 4 weight, worsted weight yarn, you push the crochet hook through and then you go to bring it back, but you wind up like in between two of the 4 strands, and so you're only pulling like some of it back. And that is a pain in my ass and why I don't like to work with it. Not gonna lie, that is one of the main reasons I don't like working with it, because you get in between the threads and you're only pulling half of it back to you. And then you've got to like undo and like fix it, and oh no. I'm not gonna lie, that is definitely one of the reasons I don't like working with it. The struggle is real. So I counted all my canned goods up for Saturday, and we have 123 canned goods to take to donate. And that's just us. Apparently they already have some like parents that wanted to donate but couldn't like drive to the competition. So they've given their like donations already to the coach. And so they have some already for them to take with them on the bus. Yeah, like listen, I always say, like, you don't be afraid to mess up, because I can't count the number of times I have to undo Lego pieces and redo them because I skipped a step or didn't do something right. And frogging things, or like sitting here for 5 minutes going, okay, in my head, I'm not actually crocheting yet, but like in my head, I loop and through and pull, and now I'm going to put 15 crochet or like stitch markers so I don't mess up. Like, not only is it like, okay, don't feel bad if you need to do this too, because I have to do it and I'm willing to share it online so everybody can see how horrible I am at this. Like, it's just good for everybody. Like, if you enjoy it, everything is content. And your viewers who are there for you kind of like on a consistent basis aren't going to care that you took that you struggle bust it for a bit. And it may even encourage them to try new things, because if you're willing to struggle bust it on the internet for everybody to see, there's hardly any risk for them at home in their house where no one can see it. But I do crochet and cross stitch and diamond art. Um I have tons of patterns to sew like kids clothing as well, but I don't do that on stream because I worry about how loud my sewing machine is like to do that on stream. Yeah, I'm a stay at home, a stay at homey. I worked after, so my oldest is will be 24 at the end of May, and I stayed home a little bit when he was younger, and then I worked later, and then eventually his dad and I got divorced, but okay, nope, I'm on the wrong side. No wonder that's not going to fit there. Um then I worked, obviously, like no children I worked. But I worked a little bit after I had my daughter, and then I stopped working because it wouldn't have made any difference. Like, we would have spent one entire paycheck of mine on daycare for 2 kids. And then you take in gas and food and all that, and like we weren't really making any income. Like, we were spending more so for me to work than I was making at work. So and then I got, I stopped working. But I worked a little bit for like Instacart during the pandemic, because they were older and both in school. So I did that for a little bit. And then we moved to North Dakota, and I didn't work there at all because I'm not driving in the snow like that. Mine are older, so he'll be 24 at the end of May, and then our daughter just turned 17, and then my son is 15. He'll be 16 in September. So, I mean, they're older, and I could definitely go back to work, or at least in theory, I could have. But now, the last a little over 2 years, like this school year, last school year, and the very kind of like last third of the school year before that, he started doing a company. It's called K-12. So it's public school, but it's online and at home. But I don't have to like come up with curriculum or anything like that. They do all of that, and he attends the class online with real teachers. So it would be hard to work and make sure he's doing all the things, plus him being at home alone during the day. So not really. We have a sad car. But yeah, my kids are older, but still, I don't. I do the stay at homey business. Um, but when my husband retired from the military and we moved back home near his family, he was like, you should stream Lego," and I was like, "No, nobody's watching that." And he's like, "No, do it," because he used to stream, but he streamed like video games, and then he stopped because it just wasn't fun anymore, and he was, I think, getting more stressed out about it than having fun doing it. But he was like, maybe it'll slow you down. Maybe you won't build as fast if you have to do it on stream. Which is a joke, because it in fact does not really slow me down all that much. Because I will get in a groove and ignore chat. So. It is a concentrated effort to be like, to slow myself down and like remember to check chat all the time and stuff like that. But if I didn't attempt that concentrated effort, I definitely wouldn't slow me down. I would just keep going. That's not the right body right now. This one is. But he was like, "Do it," and I was like, okay." But nobody's watching this. It turns out people do want to watch you build Legos and crochet and whatever else you want to do online. There is literally an audience for anything. Ooh, gray wands. These are my first gray wands. But I started with just Lego, like 2 days a week. And then I added in video games, and like on Sundays, and second halves of bigger projects. Um and then I've been like slowly adding in crafting here and there, so but yes, if you enjoy crafting, you should totally add it to your stream. So this is not a Death Eater, it's the maybe they are Death Eaters. I don't know. Now my brain is like, I don't know, what are they? I guess they are Death Eaters. But we have one, and then we gotta make another one. My brain is like, what are they? I want to say they're not, that they're something else, but then my brain is like, no, I think that is what they are. And even these guys have like double faces, and apparently I can't hold on to this one. Yes, the Harry Potter sets usually wind up having some really neat minifigures. Like sometimes it's just a different version of Harry, but when they start doing like the Death Eaters or like other characters, there's often very nice, interesting ones. There's a lot of detail in like their face and stuff. So that's one side, and that's the other. And they have the nice. They both have different like outfits, I guess I want to say. I got the wand. The wands are sometimes a pain in my ass to get in their hands though, because it like once you're like press and it wants to like move up or down, and I usually like struggle bus for like 5 minutes to get the wand in their hand, but today I did not, so that's a win. But my daughter's archery team will have a fundraiser next month. And they ask parents to like donate things or and stuff like that. So I am making different crochet items to donate. And I don't know what to make. So I'm going to make a bunch of stuff and then just let the coach decide. So that's why we're doing smaller sets. Like normally when I do smaller sets, I'll do like 2 or 3 together, or we'll play a video game to like make up the time. But I've purposely chose smaller sets so that we'll do more of the crochet, but we're not like completely getting rid of, you know, Lego in that time. But I have a fair amount of smaller sets that I've been kind of like squirreling away, going, I don't know when I'm going to build these, so this kind of works out. So I will make, you guys can help decide what I make and what color it is and all that. And then I'll let the coach decide which, pieces that she would like in the little thing. So they do archery, but archery is not considered a sport in the state of Arkansas. It is just a club, and therefore the school gives it very little funding, but also decides how many fundraisers they can have a year and things like that. So, they're only allowed to have one fundraiser a year. So they have a spaghetti dinner, but in order to like maximize any potential, donations they can get, they also have um what they call a silent donation events, because they're not allowed to call it auctions because that promotes gambling. So they have a dessert one and then an item one. So like local businesses will donate and then the things are, not auctioned off, but auctioned off. Um and then they have a dessert one. So I donated 2 like large jellyfish things last year and then got sick right before it, so I couldn't actually go and see how well they did. And anybody with a husband knows he didn't really pay attention. Woo! So, yeah, that's what we're doing this month. We are making things to donate. And right, it's all content. Even if it's not my normal content, it is still content. Plus, like I said, it's a good excuse to add more crafting to the channel, which I've been wanting to do. So, works all around. And I understand if some people may not be as interested in the streams this month because they're not video games and big Lego sets and things like that. But that is okay too. So this is a different lamppost. We've not made one like this before. Right? Because they don't get a lot of funding from the school, archery is kind of, well, not kind of expensive. It is expensive. So, like, I imagine they might be able to get a discount in some way because they're school. So, like, they're not going to Bass Pro Shops to buy their bows and their arrows. Like, there's probably a place where they can get a discount compared to what, like, the average person pays at a store. But still, like, for us, a bow was $200 and each arrow is $5. So a set of 6 arrows is $30. And you have to have light and dark arrows in case the person you're playing against, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I think they always say, like, the right side should have light arrows and the left side of the target should have dark arrows. That way you're not looking at the same type of color on the bullseye. So, like, even if they're getting half price discount, it's still, they buy so many bows for the school for kids to use if they're new to the sport or they can't afford a bow themselves. And then you have all the arrows. So, like, when we go to a competition, say we take 24 kids, they have to have 24 sets of light arrows and 24 sets of dark arrows. Plus, targets are like $100 a piece. And then you have, like, the 3D targets that are way more than that. And so, like, all those things, like, they're funding themselves. The school gives them some money, but not a ton. So, like, this fundraiser helps pay for arrows. It helps pay for competition fees, traveling, a whole bunch of stuff. So, these are, I think, the ones that have released, I want to say, within the last year to 18 months. So, we built this one, and it's up there. And I have this one to build, but I just haven't gotten there yet. I have not gotten the greenhouse one, and we have not got the flying one. So ideally, these are all gonna, like, go together to make, like, this bigger Hogwarts castle, which I'm not opposed to. And then, so this is what it's supposed to look like when they're all, like, done up together. They're doing more where they're, like, really connecting. Ooh, and these 4 have different Patronuses. But yeah. So this is this little set. It's you know, Hagrid on the bike. Let's turn his hands. See if we can get him to grab the handlebars. No, I guess if I grab, it's the big part of my hand. That's not good, Alex. I've had that before. That is not Gouda. It hurts a lot. Hagrid, cooperate here. Okay, we're just going to make it look like he grabbed on. Oh, we got him to work. And we have Harry in the seat if his legs will cooperate. I'm looking for this. I have a lot of Harry Potter Lego. I say we're not going to talk about that, but we are a Lego stream, so we probably will. I have the big Hogwarts over there. I have both of the Weasley houses. Like they had the playset type one, and then they came out with like the classic collector's one. So I have both of those. I have 3 different Diagon Alleys. I have the Hogwarts mini scale. I have Hogsmeade Village. I have the Book Nook set. I have 3 or 4 Hogwarts trains. The big Diagon Alley up there at Gringotts, both night buses, both Hagrid's huts, both the new hall, the new Great Hall, the old Great Hall. I have the old hospital wing, but I haven't gotten the new one. I have the big Hedwig sitting on top of the books. I have a lot of Harry Potter sets. Up there, I have one where I took like 7 different sets and merged them into one. I keep threatening to take them back apart because I'm not crazy about them. But I do have the old Privet drive and the new Privet drive over there to make. So I have the old one built and then the new one over there to build. I have the big version of this back there. I have the Ministry of Magic. I have the one where it like hides. You know, where it looks like 2 buildings and then you can pull them apart and a third one like comes up. It's from like the 6th or 7th movie. And then I have like the classrooms. I have 2 of the book play sets where you like open them up and they became a play set. I wasn't that crazy about them, so I only have 2. And I have 2 of the Banner House play sets where you open the banner and there's a little play, like it was supposed to be like their room, like the Gryffindor room, the Slytherin room, those. But yeah, I have a lot. I think I have 3 Whomping Willows. They're part of different sets, but I think I have like 3 Whomping Willows. And I have countless Ford Angelas because they came in all different kinds of sets. I've done a bunch of botanicals too. So I have most of them. Up until this last batch they've released, I had most of them. Except I purposely did not buy the bonsai because I don't want to mess with that many leaves. Those leaves are that kind of like soft plasticky and I always feel like I'm going to break them. And then there are like a couple of the packs, we only get like 2 or 3 flowers in the box that I don't have any of. There's like 2 or 3 of those that I don't have. But I have the peace lily over there to do. And the floral wall that came out around Valentine's. I have both of those over there to do like in my back stock. But I do have a lot. I have a lot of botanicals because I do love them. They're so nice. Listen, I have allergies and they are the only acceptable flowers that don't make me feel like I'm slowly dying in my own house. So my husband, for any kind of like when you would buy your wife flowers, he just gets me Lego flowers, which is I find acceptable. And I have 3 of the dried flower ones to make the wreath. They are currently on the other side on my other desk in front of me, waiting to be fixed though, because for a long time they just sat on our dining room table and it was so pretty and everybody could see it. And then my cat, or rather my daughter's cat, slowly started taking it apart. And I'm not joking. She would pull pieces off of it and then run around the house with the piece of Lego. So I need to figure out like what she all took off and what needs to be fixed. But every time I look at it, I go, ugh, I just can't be bothered. So it's just sitting there. But yes, there are. I'm really excited about the floral wall one because you're supposed to be able to combine it with another floral set. Like take them off their stems and attach them to the wall thing, which is great because I have so many different vases of Lego flowers because I don't know what to do with them. Like I build them and I put them in a vase, but then I'm like, I feel like I should just group them all together into like one big floral arrangement. So I'm excited that that one you're supposed to be able to connect like that set and then like a different set together. Obviously we cannot make our thingies fly, so we'll put one there. And I don't know where we'll put the other one. Maybe here. Like I said, this was a really tiny set, and I knew it was, but the goal was to get some more crocheting in today, but still do some Lego. So we have this little set. I have a fair amount of the art ones too. I have Starry Night and the Mona Lisa Starry Night. I have the big galaxy one, and I have the big wave. Now my brain's like, what do we have? I think that's it. I feel like another one, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure. Let's look at Lego. I do want the new Monet, the Monet that's coming out and the Japanese cherry blossom that just released, rather. Yes, the Monet looks so pretty, and so does the Japanese cherry blossom landscape. I want those both. And I need the sunflower. I don't have the sunflower one yet. But yeah, I have the galaxy, Mona Lisa, the wave. I want to get the tiger too. Yeah, and I have Starry Night. So yeah, that must be it. Those four. So I have like little bits of a lot of different types of Lego, like categories, but I haven't done any of like the video game ones. And I haven't done any like Sonic or like Super Mario or like Legends of Zelda. I know, but it looks so pretty. I just want to press all the tiny pieces in. Oh, I shouldn't put that there. I should put that over here with my pile that need to be scanned. I do sometimes worry about building the art ones because I'm like, okay, it's very like, I don't want to say flat because it does have dimension to it, but like you're working with like small pieces. Now I'm gonna have to buy something next week because I didn't know there was gonna be a botanical gift purchase next week. I have Legos coming today in the mail. So I had saved up points and had like $150 in Lego points. And I bought the giant T-Rex skeleton for like $115 with all my Lego points. I always want more. Listen, the list is never ending. I would have to come into an obscene amount of money to like never have a back order of things I want. Okay, let me grab my little pad here where I write all my ticky marks on. So this says 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yay, 11. Yeah, I will always accept Legos as a gift, but I do tell people that if you want to get me Legos as a gift, let me know that's what you're wanting to do, and I will send you a list of ones I need. Don't try to guess. I own too many sets for you to try to guess. My sister-in-law, not this past Christmas, but the Christmas before, was like, I really hope you like it. I know you like Lego, so that's what I got you. And I was like, oh, I appreciate that, but the chances that you've bought something I already own is like 99%. And she did. She's like, well, I know you like Harry Potter. I was like, that has gone up to 110% that you've probably bought me something I already own. And I was like, I don't want to be like sound mad or ungrateful, but I'm like, I own a lot of them. Ooh, I have that one too. I have a fair amount of the modulars. I have the diner, the hotel, Doctor Strange's house. I count it as a modular. I have the French restaurant, the police station, the bookstore, the Natural History Museum, the town square, the jazz club, and then my husband has the corner garage. In all the modulars, he's got the corner garage. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I I don't have a great camera to like move around. This I feel like I make people motion sick moving it around. I have a lot of them. So these shelves behind me are about 6 feet tall, and they span pretty much this whole wall down, and then almost that whole wall, and it's just full. And then I still have more out on my bookshelves. I have the Viking boat and the Viking village. I have the 3-in-1 set that's the pirate ship, and then I bought 2 of them, and the second one is like the pirate inn that you can make. I have Transylvania, that was part of the Bricklink sets. I have the A-frame cabin, and I have the blacksmiths. I have the D&D set. I have the medieval village, or marketplace village, whatever it is. I have the radio and the tuxedo cat, the tree house, the lighthouse, I call it it's like the Tower of Terror, the haunted mansion type. It really, you can really crank the car up, and then the doors pop open and it goes, ah, and then the car falls. I have that up there. I have the Home Alone house, the insect set, a birdhouse, Stitch stuff, the Up house, a lot of stuff. It is like, I look around and I'm like, how did I wind up with all these Legos? Because I feel like I wasn't buying them that often, and then I look around and I'm like, I have an obscene amount. I always joke with my kids that when we die, they're going to inherit all these Legos that are going to be worth actual money. Because some of these on like the resale market, even built, are like crazy. And then I have big cars. Not the speed champion cars, but like the big cars. I have both Shaggin' Wagons, the VW Bug, the Porsche, the Land Rover, a Mustang, a Corvette, the farm truck, the double decker bus, the yellow Fiat, and the Vespa. I am need more space to put my Legos, but that requires more shelving yet again. Like, the thing about Legos is you will always run out of room. And like, unless you take them apart, but that makes me sad to take them apart. Yeah, I like Lego, maybe a little bit too much. Listen, I blame it on my husband. So he started building Lego, like the Speed Champion cars and stuff, little bits here and there. And then COVID hit and he's like, they came out with a bookstore. You should get it. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. And then he was like, no, you'll like it. And thus began the downhill spiral. Like, I'm an obsessive person. Like, I can't do things a little bit. Oh, here's a new hobby. Okay, I need everything to do that hobby that they ever made. Like, I can't have one skein of yarn and just make something. I need 17 skeins of yarn and 37 instructions, patterns. And like introducing me to Lego was an invitation to spend lots of money. I I also like budgets, and that's probably what saves us because I'm very like, nope, have to save up for that set because it costs, a lot. So, as we discussed on Tuesday, I can either crochet and talk or crochet and count, but I cannot do all three at the same time. So, I will probably stop each round and count that I got it right. Because I cannot do all three at the same time. But we are currently making a giant meatball for crochet and meatball. Welcome in, Danny. I hope your week is going well. Is Texas getting very warm already? We've been almost 80 all week. Just shy of 80. Yeah, like, I can't, on stream, I can either count and talk, or crochet and talk, or crochet and count. I cannot crochet, count, and talk. So, I just do the row, and then I go back and count it at the end. I'm sorry your week's not going fantastic, Danny. But yes, we've been almost 80 all week. All the trees on my street have bloomed and it's horrible. I open the door and my brain is like, ew, it's pollen. We're dying. Because our neighbor has like 2 or 3 Bradford pear trees. So it's like, whew, white flowers everywhere. But I think if you can make blankets, you can make animals. Listen, for like the 3 weeks prior to this week, we've been doing the same thing. We were at like barely 40 degrees, and then it went up to almost 80, and then it went down to like 20, and then it was up to 50, and then like one day of 70, and then rain, and back down to 40. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna really need you to like pick a temp and just stay in that general area. Not such big swings anymore. I can't do the big swings. Oh, I should have counted before I did the little connecting one. 2, 3. Woohoo, I did it! Yeah, my legs have been super crazy and horrible because you can't make up your mind about the weather. I have like nerve issues in my leg and or legs, and every time it takes like these big swings or we have like crazy like rain come in, I'm like, yes, yes. Who needs to be able to sit comfortably or stand or, breathe? Oh, that's what I forgot to get the weather for yesterday and put it in my spreadsheet. Let me do that quickly while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, the weather really needs like Mother Nature, take your medicine cuz you acting a little crazy. Okay. $79. That's $78. I was in a car accident many, many moons ago, like 18 years ago or something like that. But I broke my tibia and my fibia. I basically crush fractured my leg. And then even when they fixed it, I had different gait. So, like, my right leg was technically a little shorter than my left leg, which, like, made my hips out of whack. And like, because my ankle doesn't roll the way it should, I like messed up my knee and my hip over time. So I have sciatica and what is it? They wanted to go in and put injections directly into the bursa sac in my hip, bursitis. So I have bursitis and sciatica in my hip. The sciatica somewhat from being pregnant, like after I messed up my leg. The added weight pressing on the socket and things like that. But I wear a brace on my leg when I go out and walk and stuff. So yeah, the weather is like I had soft tissue and nerve damage from it and stuff. So like the weather really, like, if you could get your crap together, that would be fantastic. We have 2 light purple tentacles to make today too. But yeah, um, like there's exercises and medicine, but it really only helps to a certain extent, and then your body's just like, ha, we're just like it's just gonna happen. But I do totally understand like the crazy weather does not help anything. So instead of doing a temperature blanket or whatever. We're doing temperature jellyfish. So the main body is day 1 and then 6 tentacles that we attach. So we'll have that today too. And then at the end of the year, I will have 53 temperature jellyfish because I made a sample one to make sure like the pattern was, would turn out like the picture said it should. And then I will put them on my 4th wall and people can purchase them if they like. I want to eventually put more crochet things and whatnot, like diamond dart coasters that I finished, on the 4th wall. Because God knows I don't need more of them in my home. But also, I am nervous about doing that. Oop, we're in heads. I'll finish this row and then grab the purple. So we'll have it for the tentacles. I meant to do that before I started on this and then didn't think about it. And I should change my category to makers and crafters. Okay, let me quick grab that purple. I think I rolled it up because it kept being silly. I see. And let's change. Come on. Clicky, clicky, the button. Okay. 64. Woohoo! Another correct round. I should have grabbed another skein of this while I was up, but oh well. Welcome back, everyone. We are oh no, let's do this. I'm like, I don't know. What do we want to do? What do I want to do? I don't know. So they, oop. Someone is up. I will be right back. Somebody's at the front door. I'll put you guys on be right. It was the UPS man bringing my Legos. My giant dinosaur. That I will need more shelving before I can actually build. And I'm very excited. And I got the little ducky gift with purchase thing with it. Like the duck family or whatever it was. Maybe that wasn't what I got. Maybe it was the Japanese restaurant thingy. I don't know. I got some kind of gift with purchase. I don't remember now if it was the duck or something else. Layla Gloss, welcome in. I hope I said that right. I was like, I think that's what that's supposed to be. I butcher people's names all the time because I'm like, I'm not sure where to put this together. It was the restaurant, not the ducky. I remember seeing the ducky a bunch, and it's the Restaurants of the World. It's a little Japanese restaurant. Lego Insider Price. What are you putting on sale? Nothing I want. But it looked like if you liked maybe Super Mario or the the little island game on the Switch. I can never remember what it's called. But I know they came out with some Lego for it, and it looked like maybe that. Like, I know what it's called, but my brain's always like, unimportant. We're not digging around for that, what it's called. So, in this pattern, she says you can do like a bubble stitch wherever, like, randomly throughout it to make it look like, giving the meatball texture. And my brain goes, oh, that's a great idea. And then I just don't do it because it's not in the step. Welcome in, Crazy. Congrats on second. And thank you for the I'm here. Woo woo, 60 stream streak. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot, a lot. I'm still pondering, and frankly, I don't think about it until I start to stream and it happens. But, like, I want to do something like a guy running across the screen or like somebody yelling, he's streaking! They're streaking! You know? For when people share their streaks. But I have not found a good one. I have looked once or twice, but I have not found one I want. And sometimes that's more along the lines of like how you search, like the words you use to search for things. Welcome in, Petey. Snicky snacky time. Okay, let me finish this row real quick because we're not too far off from finishing it. I should find a nom 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 sound to go with that too. We've been trying these random Kit Kats I got. Oh, I wasn't a fan of the milk tea one. This one's a matcha one. These Japanese Kit Kats, like different flavors. Because we're boring with our flavors here in the States. We don't have a lot of the interesting flavors. Ooh, this packet will open. Okay, let's count. While I chew. Yep, we did it. I do have a cooldown because I've learned from other streamers that like obsessively, like Carrot used to not have one, and then he wound up eating like 150 jelly beans in a stream or something. So I was like, cooldowns. But I think it's only like 15-minute cooldown, or maybe it's a half an hour. I'm not sure. But it's usually there. Welcome in, PD. That is, I'm trying to click stuff off and I'm totally in the wrong spot to do it. But welcome in, PD, and I hope your week is going well. We're gonna give PD a shout out because I can't remember if you're a streamer or not. And either way, you're fabulous and you deserve a shout out. That did not go the way I wanted it to. We got real loosey-goosey there. And then our stitch marker tried to get in the way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I did forget to put a little hashy mark. I have like a random collections of things I eat for snacks too. Like I've been doing those Kit Kats because I thought they were interesting. Um, but we've cycled through all of them and tried them all. Not that I won't still continue to use them, but there's other things too. Like I have these snacks, they're called like just the fun part. So you know when you get like an ice cream cone and they put the chocolate in the end, you know? It's just that bottom piece with the chocolate stuffed in the cone. And I have dill pickle peanuts and I have Sour Patch Kid things. I really have a problem with junk food. 5 to 8 minutes. Wow, I've never seen one where they give you like a time. That's kind of interesting. It's always just some guy there holding a sign that says stop, and when he flips it around, it says slow. Like, I've never seen one with like a time on it. Also, if I start getting out of frame, just let me know. I'm still figuring out where the best like in frame for the crochet is, and I will find myself like moving out of it. I should make a little redeem with a like siren sound. Out of frame. Or sometimes wrong scene. So this is 15, and then we have 2 more rows, and then we start decreasing. Kara and I are trying to figure out when our costume will be, because he's got like, you know, stuff with his brother-in-law being up in the air and whatnot. And the day we normally do it, Boy Wonder has his GI appointment, and you know, you wait months to get in. We're not being picky about what day it is. Not to mention when I agreed to the date, we weren't even doing monthly co-streams, so we're working on when that will be. And it may kind of be spontaneous. And even on a day I don't normally stream. As I said, I you know, I completely understand what's going on, you know. I'm pretty flexible. There are only like a couple days I for sure can't do it because of appointments, but so we're working out a time that would be best for that. I did the donut cat last time. I don't know what I'm going to do this time. Maybe I should put a poll in Discord and let you guys decide. But we still got the shrimpy kitty, the hamburger, the hot dog, and the cake looking one. I think that's all of them. The fried shrimp, the hot dog, the cake, and the... I think that's it. Because I think there were 5 that came in that set. Yes. So hot dog, hamburger, fried shrimp, and cake kitty are the 4 we have left. Yeah, like you could wind up really eating a ton of them. Right? Like, that's what Kara was saying. He said he counted one day and he ate something like 200 jelly beans in a stream. And I was like 150, 200, I don't know. It was a lot of jelly beans either way. And he's like, and I felt so sick after stream. Like, and I was like, cool down. I don't need it to be like an exceptionally long cool down, but a cool down. Four, 6, 30, 50, 52, 53, 54. Okay, my brain, I think, lost count somewhere. Four. Six, 48, 50, 53, 56, 60. Yep, okay. Yeah. You know when you're counting and your brain goes, did we just put our finger? Like, was that one before, one after? Lost count. Uh, it can get, you can wind up eating or drinking. Like, Sarcastic Kitten was the other day was like, I'm about to float away if you guys keep making me drink. Welcome in, Kevin. We're at 41% for the community challenge. Kevin wants me to play Farm Sim, so we made a community challenge. And when we reach the end, I'll play Farm Sim with Kevin. He wants to watch me drive off the side of the road. Thank you for contributing, Kevin. I imagine because it's got probably like a lot of like food dyes and stuff in it, and like, I mean, the jelly beans are like gloopy, so like maybe it glooped everything together. You want to watch me pet cows? That's really what he wants. I'm just gonna sit there and pet the Highland field puppies for like an hour. So occasionally I'll do like where if you donate or like do biddies, I unbuild Lego and that can get interesting. I was building pretty well into something and I was on bag like I don't know 4 or 5 and then they started redeeming and before I knew it I had unbuilt the entire set. So there's that. Like which is I've gone back and forth about making the unbuild something that's on the channel all the time. But then I lose it as something for special occasions. So and also you go back and forth like, yes, I want to make at least some money with this to help pay for the Legos and the yarn and everything. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't want people to feel obligated to spend money. So I go back and forth. I did find a place for our plague doctor. We are getting there. I extended it to 30 days so that like it'd be a total of 30 days, and if we need to extend it again, I'll just extend it. Cuz I don't want people's points to just like be wasted. You're like, "Oh, we didn't do it. Oh well, your points are in the trash." I don't want that. I want you to get something for your points. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 48, 50, 53, 56, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop, woo. One more row, and then we start decreasing. And then we'll have to pick eyeballs. What size eyeballs I want for this? 18s. Who knows? Maybe I'll miraculously like get better at the driving in game. And I watched somebody and they were like, you can just use a chainsaw and cut up trees. And I was like, maybe I'll be like Carrot and do deforestation. I'll just leave random trees all over the farm that somebody else will have to come through and pick up and put on a thing. I'll just do the deforestation part, not the cleanup part. So I did lots of adulting yesterday. I got the boys' new bookshelf put together, and his. I bought him this little, like, it holds like 4 jackets or whatever for like sweatshirts for in his room. You know, because he takes the sweatshirts off and then they just wind up on the floor or hanging off the edge of his bed or whatever. Because he's like, I'm just gonna put it on the next day. I don't need to put it in the closet. So I bought him like a little like coat hook type thing, and then this thing that kind of the same idea, but it holds hats, so you like can hang your hats on it. Um, so I got that hung up on the wall in his room. I meant to get a new bookcase for fantasy as well, but they keep not having them and they won't ship them. Like according to Target's app, they had 7 in store, but the guy was like, I can't find any of them. And I was like, how do you misplace or miscount 7 bookshelves? So maybe tomorrow I'll do like a pickup order, and that way while I'm out taking the boy to his school day thing, I can just like swing by and pick it up on the way home. She already has a white bookshelf in her room, so I don't want to get like black or what they call the natural color when she already has a white one, you know. And her bed frame is white and things like that. Her desk is white. Okay, let's count. 2, 4, 8, 10, 18, 20, 30. I know it really is. Whoop. I really could. It is ginormous. Okay, now we start decreasing. Let's get our round connected. It really is giant, Alex. So we want to do 6 and decrease all the way around to get 56. I told you it was giant. Four, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14. 8. Well, I also didn't get to show you because I gave the one I made to Fantasy and she like hid it or put it somewhere. I don't know what she did with it. But so I normally show you guys, like I take a picture, but it's not always the same in picture as it is like seeing it. Just start, yeah, just like for reference, this is my head. Okay, this should be our last grouping. We're gonna count to be. I mean, normally I do like put things next to my hand, like, oh, this is how big. But also, you have to understand that I am between 4'10" and 4'11" and the size of most, like, I don't know, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. I'm tiny. So, like, hand reference doesn't really help when we have to acknowledge that my hand is probably only, like, I don't know, 8 inches at the max, you know, from palm to tip. Like, I don't have very big hands. So, that's also just start like putting a tape measure next to things, like for reference. This is how big it is. We'll put it around the meatball's waist. We'll figure out its circumference. Okay, it says add safety eyes between rounds 13 and 14 with roughly 6 inches or 6 stitches in between. So let's see. We're gonna need those, I believe. You're 18th. I think that's what it wanted. Yep, 18. I'm gonna have to soon order more 18 eyeballs too. Yeah, like, what is the meatball size? Like, how big is said meatball? Okay, so let's find row 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Forgot to get out my little, I just usually shove a needle in there just for that. Doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that's 13. So it's between 13 and 14. And then we will need to decide on eyeball. Like I said, I'm getting low on colors because, you know, we're getting low on eyeballs. Oh, nope, that's a different color. Pretty soon we're gonna have just pink eyeballs. Everything's gonna have pink eyeballs. These like hot pink reddish. We can do that. Okay. There should have been 64, so let's count. Well, let's try folding it in half. I think that's roughly half. If we, like, you know, yeah. Like if we do it this way, because this is definitely, you know, the edge. One more, it looks like. Yeah, that's about half. Yeah, it does. They do look saucy. They do look saucy in color. Okay, so that is half, and they said 6 between each. So 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. And hers do look... Yeah, that looks about the same as hers. I don't know. Do they look close to you? Do you think we need to go out like... Think that looks better? So this is 8 apart. And this is 6 apart. I mean, keep in mind it'll be stuffed and, you know, like rounded more. I think it's semi hard to tell because, you know, like we're not finished and rounded like a balloon. So we're having to look at it as kind of like a flat. That was to mark my center. How about that? Is that better? So it's not there. Like I said, it's hard to tell because like you're not rounded, you know, like a balloon. So you're having to look at this as like flat versus like more rounded. I'm looking at hers and trying to decide. So hers look like you can see 6 complete like rows in between the eyes. So yeah. Oh my god, Alex, I saw somebody, it was obviously old, and they like submitted it to kind of like America's Funniest Home Videos type of a page on social media. This little boy and his mom are outside building a snowman, and he runs off, and she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm going to get him a dick." And she goes, "Oh, what?" Thinking that she heard stick and dick, you know, like the wrong thing. And he goes, "A dick! He needs a dick!" And he comes back with this huge stick. And sure enough, sticks it right where the snowman's legs would be, like in between, like he gave him. He goes, ha, you got a penis. And he thought it was the most hilarious thing ever. And I thought, 8-year-old boys, 40-year-old boys, there's not really much of a difference. Yeah. I was like, Alex would love this. As I talk about how there's not much difference between ages, like, we would all love it too. It was like basically almost like a really thin, but like more of a tree branch than a stick. And he just was like, what? Right? Like, they'll be completely normal. You get that phone out or the video camera out and you start recording them, and the weirdest shit happens. And you're like, really? Really, really? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see how it is. Cooperate. It is though. It's true. They do the weirdest shit once you start recording. That and trying to get like more than one of them to look forward at the camera at the same time when you're trying to take a picture. Like, one is always looking off to the side. Welcome in, Carrot Cleric. Thank you for the raid. Capybara, 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 capybara. Trips in. Well, as long as you are, okay. I mean, we'll laugh and then we'll help you up off the floor, but... Welcome in, Teal. We are working on our crochet and meatball. Am I stealing your job, Alex? I'm sorry. Alex is like, hey, that's my job. Slugglebert, welcome in. I'll finish this row and then I'll show everybody the kitties I made. Yesterday and the other day. Yesterday and Monday, I think. Thank you for the follow, Slugglebert. I do not have a massive carrot that I am adding stitches to, though. No, none of that here. This, I keep, like, it doesn't want to crochet. You put the hook in, you pull it out, there's nothing on it. Thank you, Alex, for all the shout outs. So I made a tuxedo kitty. And now it's not working. It said, hold on, you're doing too much. And then I made this other kitty, but I didn't do connected rows, so this kitty is looking off to the side because it's slowly twisted as I was crocheting. So this kitty's just kind of looking off to the side. I confused the bot. It doesn't know who to listen to. Yeah, that kitty, see, I mean, his body is pointing one way and his head is, yeah, and it's got giant eyes. No, it was an accident. Like, the roche just kind of turned as I went. In fairness, every time I have to sew on a head to a dinosaur stuffed animal, it's always tilted, like it's inquisitive, like it's curious. You know, like when the dog looks at you and then it turns its head? That is what every dessert dino I have made looks like, because you have to sew the head on like separately when I like position it correctly, and then as I'm going around it somehow winds up tilted to the side. Maybe we just did too many in a row, like you didn't give it a minute, because it worked now. I think maybe it was just too fast. But yeah, and they're different sizes because I use different hook sizes. Alex is going extra. I stole her job. I'm sorry, Alex, that I did the shout out and then I confused Frosty so he wouldn't listen to you. I'm sorry. But it is doing these, it's helping me practice my like stitching, like pulling when you have to like, you know, lay it across is getting better. It doesn't look all pulled tight. And I'm getting better at adding these, like, you know, accent where you do it around the eyes. But this is from that set I showed you, Carrot, with like the 16-in-1 cats. And it's funny because these cats, the pattern is called Tiny Cats. If these are tiny cats, what do the chunky cats look like? They must be ginormous. Let's count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 23, 26, 29, 30, 36, 39, 30, or 40, 50, 56. Woohoo! Okay, more decreases. Oh, it told us to start stuffing. Must go get the 5-pound box. Oh, the stuffing. I don't like to stuff it too far up though, because then I catch the stuffing in my stitches and I start getting annoyed. That's good for now. 5 and then a decrease. I hope your stream went well, Carrot. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But welcome in, and I guess I should do an intro for myself. I am Book Loving Builder. I am confused and I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. I build Lego and I do crochet and diamond art and cross stitch. Ooh, yes, everybody got it. He was a slow moving Rattata. He got stuck on the snacks in here and everybody caught him. And this month we're doing crochet month. I'm doing tiny Lego sets in the beginning, and then we're doing our crochet for most of the stream because my daughter is having a fundraiser for her archery team next month, and I'm donating crochet things to it. So we are doing more crochet than normal on here. But I like books. But beware if you ask about books, you could get into a conversation you weren't wholly prepared for. Because I like dirty books. But we talk about anything in here, and sometimes it's utter chaos, and other times the machines put Alex to sleep. No, like vampire blood orgies. Yeah, we put a trap out for the Rattata, just a little rat trap. I just always like to give that warning because some people ask about books and they're not wholly prepared for. So she had 6 vampire boyfriends and they all did it and they were feeding off each other. It was a big bloody mess. You know, they're not prepared for that as the answer. Or monster porn, which is the dragon with 2 peens, or the kraken who likes to use the suckers on his tentacles, or the gargoyle with the prehensile tail. Kitty daddies. Yes. I do have one. So I have a Christmas one where she gets it on with a Yeti. Yeah, I mean, like, clearly they needed that as a companion. So this one author I like, T.S. Joyce, in it is a running joke theme through a lot of her books that because they are shifters and a lot of times they're like lumberjack shifters, so they live in trailers like out in the woods, and they have mice in trailers, you know what I mean? And it's a really it's a normal sized mouse, but he's got really big nuts. So like they talk about his nuts dragging across the floor because they're so big. Or hamsters with big packages with big testicles. I mean, it's still a mouse. It just has really big testicles. Rats and mice are technically 2 different species, not based on their testicles. It's a ball sack kind of day, I'm telling you. Five, 46, 47. Did I get it right? Welcome in, Dutha. Congrats on third. We're going to count just to make sure, but... Yeah, like, it's still a mouse because it's still tiny. It just has big cojones for a mouse. Excuse me, sir. Go through the loop. Okay, what's our next one? 4 and then decrease. I mean, they could both have big cojones. I'm going to get to see this band this summer in concert because the local water park, they do like a summer concert series, and Finger 11 is going to be one of the bands that plays there this summer. I have more of this yarn. I just gotta go get it. Hopefully we can make it to the end of this row, though. Welcome back, everyone. Ah, went in the wrong hole. That's what he said. Who am I joking? He wouldn't notice. My sister was assigned to take care of the class mouse over the summer. Albert turned out to be Alberta. Oh, she had like a ton of babies. They can have a lot of babies at once. Thank you for contributing. That is totally possible. I had pet mice growing up. I was weird. And I dated a guy who had rats. He had 2 pet rats. With box. Yeah, they can have, like, depending on the size of the mouse and the breed of the mouse, they can have like a dozen babies easily. Apparently, I'm just going to keep knocking all this stuff over. But yeah, like, they can have quite a few bibis. Gotta find the middle. Oh, yarn vomit. I think our yarn skein just birthed a yarn baby. Speaking of having babies, our yarn skein just had one. There's an end. Slugglebird, if that Discord link doesn't work, let me know. Every once in a while, even though it's not supposed to expire, it does. So if it doesn't work, let me know and I will get you one that does work. Okay, good. Yeah, it's not supposed to expire, but every once in a while, somebody will attempt to join the Discord and they'll be like, it didn't work. Like, okay, let's do this differently so I don't confuse myself. Here, then here. There, then there. Okay. There we go. Pull them both nice and tight. Okay, now 3 and down. I will say my Discord is not the most happening place, but I am attempting to be better in Discord. We do have like a show off your works channel where you can show off things you've made. And we have a voice channel for Book After Dark when we talk about books. So if you guys want to join in there instead of just typing in chat. So I've been streaming for just over 2 years, like 2.5 years. And I'm still kind of getting into it all, really, because I did not have... It wasn't something I really gave like a ton of thought to. My husband was like, you should stream. And I was like, nobody's going to want to watch me do Lego. And so I just kind of started. And so still I am, you know, getting used to doing everything. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I should put just the link to like down below where you can have like, I have the little tombstones with the stuff. I should just put my Discord link there too in case people need it when we're offline. Because I know that exclamation Discord only works like if the chat is active, I believe. Like if you're live. Because it's connected like through Firebot. So I guess I should just put the link like just there where my Discord is. Let me write myself a note, Slugobert, and I will do that. Because otherwise, stream will end and I will forget everything I said. Add Discord link to. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like, I talked about it during stream and whatnot, but I didn't think about that if I wasn't live, people wouldn't be able to, like, get the link to the Discord. So I counted the cans of food we have for the food drive this weekend, and we have something like 123. 96 just bought from Aldi cans. And then some from my friend who he's helping his parents move into like assisted living. And he's like, you can have their canned goods. It's all like actual things you should, need for cooking, not like tomato paste or anything. Like it's actual food, all still within its best by date. Okay, let's add a little more floof. No weird thing, but we're hoping to win the food drive again, which I know is ironic. Like, how do you win a food drive? But it's Hunters Feeding America or something like that, or Hunters Across America, something like that. They do a food drive at the kids archery state tournament, and the school that donates the most canned food wins $1,000. So that pays for a lot of entry fees and arrows and such. So that's the goal. We won last year, so we're hoping to win again. Alex said I did not prepare her for the fact that this meatball was the size of my head. We're reaching the closing portion. Only like 2 more rounds. We're having to stuff as we go so I don't catch any of it in my stitches. But it's slowly coming together. So now we should do single decrease all the way around. So, how many of you that came in with the raid are streamers? Because some of you I know from in Carrot's chat, but I may not realize that you stream. Because sometimes I'm just lurking in there and not really like paying too much attention. Just to watch a ton of tricks? That's alright. I just try to keep up. And the true keyword is try. I normally don't crochet as much on my stream, but we're doing crochet month for donation. So yes, I am. Listen, we're all out here just trying to meet new people and do our thing. That, and sometimes in my head I will think that somebody is a streamer and then be like, "Oh, you don't stream? I could have swore you streamed." It's just that I see you in a lot of people's, which there's nothing wrong with, but my brain then like equates, I don't know. It's random. My brain does what it wants. Not all information in there is valid or accurate. It's just what it decides. A snail tank? You know what? There's people on YouTube who have whole like 24-hour, like it's always on camera type deal where they just show like their backyard or their fish tank. Or my husband has a friend who does Twitch streams and they're of the fjord. You're just like, there's commands like, oh, a sailboat went by, this kind of ship went by, the foghorn blew, like counters, but it's just boats on the fjord. Yeah, like there's one I watch, it's just otters. It's otters at a zoo or something like that, and you just watch the otters play. And I am here for it, because I love otters, despite their questionable mating practices. Oh, we need to put so much more stuffing in here. I just didn't want to... I was watching the a video that the Memphis Zoo put out the other day. It was the polar bear. Somebody had sent him this, you know those buoy things you put like on the edge of the boat to like stop it from smacking into the dock? They're just like those long white buoy things. Somebody sent him something like that, but it looked like a pickle. And they gave it to the polar bear, and he was just like, they had it just like floating in his little water area, and he like jumped in and he was like hugging it and like rolling around with this like pickle buoy thing. Oh no. Heartburn sucks. I love all the like watch the animals in the zoo videos. I love at Halloween time when they give all the zoo animals like the pumpkin. And so we're in Arkansas and we don't really get snow a lot. It's like a little bit every few years. And so this year we had snow. The kids were out of school for like a week. But so they gave all the zoo animals at our local zoo like frozen stuff and like let them play in the snow and they were like, "Oh my god, what is this?" And we're getting capybaras at our zoo. They're building like they redo the zoos every once in a while like to put new animals or just make different enclosures. Our zoo is going to have capybaras soon. Let's push this up since we're not focusing on the crocheting part. Okay, I don't know. Little. Do you guys think it needs to be stuffed more, or do you think it's good? It still needs its little mouth, but we haven't done that yet. More stuffing. I have a 5-pound box of stuffing next to me. I watched Carrot open his and laughed when he was like, "I was not prepared." Yeah, because stuffing weighs nothing. So to get 5 pounds of it, you're going to have a lot of stuffing. Because, I mean, it's air, basically. It doesn't weigh anything. So to get, 5 pounds of it, you're going to have a lot. Okay, let me do one more row and then we'll see. Because I don't want to do it too much to like capacity and then I'm getting it stuck in my hook like every time I try to do anything. Okay. Come on, give me just one loop. There we go. Two. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. Oh, it says you don't have that ball, Slugglebuggert. Okay. Our giant meatball. Ooh, I got a stone. Yeah, I don't completely understand how you earn money. I don't know if it's just by like talking and chatting that you earn Poké Dollars or like I don't understand. I have like 400 almost $500,000 in Poké money and I have no idea how I got any of it. Woohoo! Yeah, War would know. I'll have to ask him. I thought it was, like I said, by just like chatting and like being active in it that you got the money, but I'm not positive. I don't know why I just shut this when I didn't get my skizzer out. But I feel like War is who I go to for all my Pokey info. Like, sir, you know the things. Yeah, I'll message him and ask him, cause he's my Pokey info person. Like, I know you can sell your Pokemon, but like you earn money other ways. And then, wow, and it looks so nice. My chopstick, and we pokey, 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 pokey. Till the cows come home, because sometimes it just doesn't want to go in. There we go. There's our meatball. Now we need to give him a mouth. Do we want him to have a black mouth or a sketty mouth? I got red. He can have a sketty mouth like he ate himself. Like he's a cannibal and he ate some of the meatball. He had a little sauce. Yeah, like he got a little hungry. Oh, there's our stuffing trying to come back out. Let's see. I think I need to go up. Well, I hate when you're like, well, how do I do this now? So if I do, let's go over a stitch or two. Maybe if we do then we do like a cross stitchy thing where, or like an embroidery thing where we go forward and come back and go forward and come back. But to be clear, I have no idea what I'm doing. I am just guessworking this. Maybe like that for now, and then we can go over. We can go over it so it looks more fluid. How does that look, guys? Yay, nay? I feel like hers looks so much better in the picture, but like nom nom nom. It looks so weird. Do we like that or no? I am unsure about this mouth business. They don't give like this is how I did it kind of a deal. So I have no idea how they did it. Well, we had done 11 rows of this on Tuesday. So I did not start from scratch today. That it's touching the eye a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, it's not really touching the eye, but it was all like wonky from me pushing and pulling. They do black, and I was like, maybe the black was a better idea. I don't know. She does do it a little bit further down, so let's see how that looks. We're gonna have to pinch. Come on. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know. Because she does, I'll show you how they, let me go to this page. So that's how she does it. And maybe she just uses thinner yarn too. That might have made the difference that she used like the thinner black yarn. I don't personally have a thinner red, but Fantasy may out in her area with her yarn. I just grabbed this because then I wouldn't have to go anywhere because it was right there. And I'm lazy. Let me collect all these little loofs. So she also does it with like 2 rows. So like the bottom row of the eye and then this row not done. You know what I mean? And then she's kind of one in from the eye. So let's try. Okay, I see what I did there. Yeah, I know I do. I was finishing undoing the face. Like the smile. Get back in stuffing. Yeah, I wasn't really like doing anything per se. I was undoing. So I figured you guys wouldn't mind missing that. So, but yeah, she has like the row here between the eyes and then this row that she doesn't do anything on. So maybe if I do it that way. Like then it's not so close to the to the eye. And I could do it like if I go straight across and then come down to here, but then I like go like this. So it kind of keeps it in that circle. How do we feel about that? The red is not nearly like as bright as it looks in this one. Maybe this one will show it better. There we go. It's like a darker red. I don't know why this one makes it look like so like bright red. Yeah, I gave it that little, like you can't really see the loop there, but it keeps it kind of, and I moved it like down one row. And like I said, it's not really like as bright as the thing. And so the spaghetti dollop we do will be this kind of red, so it'll kind of tie it in. Okay, let me make sure I'm in the same spot so I don't wind up some really weird red knot down here that I can't really tuck in. Get in. This yarn is like, we refuse to be tucked. You will not hide us. We will. We will hide you. Okay, now we're going to quick do the 2 tendrils we have for our weekly jellyfish. I really meant to do them before I started on this, and then my brain just ignored it and went on to this. But we just have 2 little tendrils to do. You know what I saw? I saw they're going to do a Firefly reboot with the original cast. I loved the show Firefly, and I have rewatched it so many times. And they showed Nathan Fillion going around to like all the castmates and like knocking on their doors and then like opening the door and being like, so we're really going to do this? This is really happening? I know. I'm so excited. I love him. He seems granted, you can only know so much, you can only know, the side they let the public know. But he seems like he would be the nicest person ever. I love him in everything he plays in. It's always good. I'm so jealous. Yeah, he just seems like he would be like a giant teddy bear. Yeah, he just seems like he would be a giant teddy bear. So I've been doing the stitch and bitches like once a month because I'm not sure like how much interest there is in them, but if it's something people are interested in, give it to me. Cut, 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 cut. I could totally do them more often. This week is going to be mostly purple. Wrong tab. What are you doing, silly thing? Sorry. I was trying to 1, 2, 3. I had this stuff one way and like in my spreadsheet, and then I realized it's hard to count like the weeks. So I was going back and I was like trying to make it easier to count the weeks. I've been messing with my spreadsheet, trying to make it like easier to read, because I kept like looking all the way over at like the column numbers, not like the numbers I had signed for the days of the month, and then getting confused. And I don't know. I've just been messing with it a lot. Because it's not like a spreadsheet that has math in it. Like it's there's no math equations or anything. I just use it to keep track of the temperatures, so I know which colors to use on my jellyfish. But um, trying to find that sweet spot that makes sense to my brain and actually works. Which I guess if it makes sense to my brain, it works, even if it doesn't work. I will say some of these jellyfish look questionable because, the colors don't always go to the best together, but especially when it like jumped all around. Okay. Um, that might wind up getting caked because it had a little explosion. So, this is we have four purple ones this week, and then those two. I use a smaller hook to help pull them through. Okay. And I've been playing around with, like, maybe how best to attach them. Welcome in, Mac Builds, and thank you for contributing. We are thinking about how to attach our tentacles. I've been doing like 3 in this row, like in this row, and then 3 in that row. And I feel like sometimes it pulls, like it still hangs down, but I'm not sure there's a better way to do it. So I hope your week's been going well. I was lurking in you last night. But I was working on this Kippy. Okay, now let's do our second row. Let's put this other purple one in. Oh, opposite way. Okay. Sorry, my brain is like, which row do we go in? I got this pack of patterns. It's like 16 different cats you can make. And so I'm very excited because I love kitties. Like it's a 8 and 8. So 8 of one body type, 8 of another body type, and then like basically how to do different color patterning. So like when and where to do the color changes. In fairness, that's my brain a lot of the times. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going with the flow.
We have always lurked among you.
Thank you for the lurky lurk. And then I try to, like, I want to make sure my tentacles are secure. So I, just tie them all together, Everybody gets a little knot. Like, because these aren't originally tied together. So we just give everything a little secureness. Fell through. There we go. Is the gremlin up and at it? And I didn't realize until I completely finished this off that I did these in both loops instead of just the front loops like it's supposed to be, so this will be interesting. I have definitely been there. Like, well, it was a 12 on the 10 scale, and now it's 11 and a half. I mean, it made a whole lot of difference. Like, so much that you can't really tell. Okay, you're supposed to do this row in only the front loops, so that way the back loops are left for you to connect. I forgot about that when I was doing it, because I was just talking to chat and doing things. And then I got all done and I was like, fuck. So it'll be just a smidgen more difficult to attach this time. Get in there, fluffing. You fluffing fluffer. Yes, we have a community thing going on for me to play Farm Sim. I keep making it sound like it's all Kevin, like Kevin's making me, but that's just because I like to blame things on Kevin. It's always Kevin's fault. Doubly if he's not here to defend himself. That's not as hard as I was worried it was going to be. I was like, oh, fuck Nugget. It's going to be hard to... I don't know. What's Kevin's fault? I mean, it's all Kevin's fault, but what is for sure Kevin's fault? The image. Yes, screws are Kevin's fault. Kevin hates screws with a burning passion of 1,000 fiery suns, and he will do anything not to have to use them in Satisfactory. We're about to have ads. They will go for 3 minutes, and then we will be back. No, when I do Lego, I don't build during the ads, but everything else is up for games. It's up. Like games, you can't really always stop. Crocheting, I feel it's the same way. Like I can't stop in the middle of a row. I'll forget where I was. It'll be horrible. So it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be, but I still don't know if it's going to look like the others do. Like it might look a little wonky. Oh, that's this week's jellyfish. It's got lots of purple. If you like purple this week's for you. One sick puppy, thank you for the follow. The urge to ask if you like the sick puppies is strong. But you may not even know who the sick puppies are, so. I want that one. Okay, I think this is week 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is week 9. It was. I forgot how I did it for a second. Welcome in, Lisa. I hope your week has been going well. Welcome back, everyone. We're just putting our little tag. On the tag, I write what week it is and then like what dates correspond with that week. And then on the back, I write what the temperatures were that week. So there's this past week's temperature jellyfish. Apparently, it was in the 70s a lot. Okay. Too many hooks out. Let's press save, 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 save. And get that. Okay, so we finished our meatball and we gave him a smiley face. Which, I mean, the red does look much better. It doesn't look so, like, weird red. Really. Okay, so now we need to do the tomato sauce hat. Which I did not grab the red. And things keep falling, so where did I put it? And And if we get that far, we'll need this color for the noodles. For the nudes. So thank you for the follow, Sick Puppy. Or Sick Puppy. One Sick Puppy. And the urge to ask you if you know if you like the sick puppies is strong, but I'm not even sure if you know who the sick puppies are. My brown birthed a yarn baby. And I couldn't find the middle of the red because it was going to do the same thing. So now we got to make our tomato sauce hat. Three. And hope that's 2. Don't start miscounting already. Seven, 8. This is like 5 normal rows, and then the 6th row is me having a seizure. So that row's gonna be fun because it's like do this, then chain and down and around and for drippies. So on that row, you're definitely gonna have to bear with me and watch me struggle bus it. My brain just forgot what I was on. So, any special plans for the weekend? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I keep counting because I keep feeling like I'm wrong, but nope, it's right. No matter how many times I count, it's right, but it just, I don't know, feels wrong. Anybody have any projects, craft or otherwise, you're working on? I don't even throw in my own, like, technically I throw, but it's like automated throwing because otherwise I will totally not pay attention to, and I will like be in the middle of something and then I'll like miss the Pokemon. So I have the auto throw, auto catch, whatever in here. Yeah, automated. I was like, it just will just make it do it itself. Every once in a while, I change up the balls, or like I'll be out of the ball, and so I will attempt to like actually retype the code in and throw whatever ball they say is best to catch it. But most of the time, it's just automated. Yeah, cause I'm not doing the battles. Like, no, that's I know. I like when you can just wonder trade or like, either wonder trade or like catch so many of this kind or that kind to get the coin. I'm not doing battles. Especially not ranked battles. I don't know. I don't know what Pokemon's good. And like, and it all depends really on what the other person has out there a lot of times about which Pokemon would be good. Yeah, because you have to have like you have to wait till like specific ones are catchable and which you can't control at all, so one more round and then we get into the weird round. The first time I did this, I had to write it out and like or I copied and pasted it into Word and then I like was like highlighting as I did the thing because I was like I'm totally going to mess this up. I do the same thing with wonder trading. I try to like go through and like look at if I have 3 of this Pokemon, which one is the best? And then get rid of the others. And I do that 3 or 4 times and I'm like, "Nah, I'm done with this." When I first started doing the Pokey, I tried to keep up with like the trading and stuff, but you could only do it every 4 hours. unless you bought the, you know, the things that allow you to do it sooner. And then I just gave up after a while. So now I just have God knows what. Bye-bye, little guy. And I do try to, like, when they have the wonder trades where you're like, if you wonder trade a specific thing, then you get the coin. I do try to go through and like sort for that. Okay, I was right. I was like, I think I'm at 30, but I don't know anymore. Why are you being so weird? Let me go in the... Okay. So now I'm at 29. Right? No, that was right. There we go. So the minions have spring break this month, near the end of the month. Actually, the last full week of the month. So we're going to do something then. Yeah, because that's supposed to be like base stats, but it never really works for me. I usually wind up trying to do it by like type. You know, like fire, water, bug. For like a specific type. But the base stat thing I don't completely understand because I feel like it never actually like works when you're trying to sort it out. Okay, here's the fun one. We get to watch me be a little nervous. Okay. Single. Half double crochet. Double. Half double. Single. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, you guys get to hear me like talk the whole thing out loud. Right, yeah. Because if you do it at a higher number, it's going to show you everything, even stuff that's like below the threshold you need. Yeah, it, like I said, it never works for me either. So I changed 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Half. No problem, Suckerbird. Have fun with disc golf. I suck at that game. 1, 2. Thank you for the follow and thanks for chatting and hanging out. Hopefully I see you again. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Do we want to slip stitch into the same or the next? See, this is where I get confused. We'll say that's... Well, I guess it would be this next one. Okay. Let me pull a bunch of this red yarn off so I'm not constantly trying to fight with it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. 8. 9. Then 3 triple crochets. 1. Excuse me, no, you're supposed to stay on the hook, ma'am. Nobody told you to get off yet. Okay, we did our 3. Now we want a double. And then half double. And a single. Sorry guys, this may not be the most fun. 2, 3, 4, 5. It is very much me working it out as I'm doing it. But if you've been contemplating struggle busting something on stream, let me be your motivation. A double, then a single. Boo! Okay, you need the ghost Pokemon? Because that one was a psychic, not a ghost. Oh. Well, there's that. Single. Then a half. I really hope I get to the end of this and I haven't messed up somewhere. It's the Burnett blanket yarn. That's all I've used for this so far is Burnett blanket yarn. I like it. It's soft but not like fuzzy like Chanel. Listen here. Don't you try to be wonky, Mr. Crochet Hook. Yeah, it's sometimes they have it at Walmart cheaper too. I love the Chanel too. And this is kind of like the Chanel. It's still soft, but it doesn't like fray like the Chanel does. I mean, it will still snap if you pull too hard like Chanel will, but I don't worry about like the fuzzies as much, and it doesn't shred like when you go to pull it, you know how it kind of like just starts to come apart. Some of it will, but like it's less prone to it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One. I have bits of different kinds, like the loops and threads and big twist, like the Chanel type yarn. And then the Burnett blanket yarn and the Burnett baby blanket yarn, which is just, they just do like different colors in the baby blanket versus the blanket. I don't notice necessarily that it's like softer, but that could just be me not like really paying attention, because that's hot. That's a definite possibility. So this is like, if I can get it at Walmart, it's about $10 for 300 grams. At like Michael's and Hobby Lobby, it's a little more, like $13.99, $14.99. Yeah, I'm a hoarder too. And a lot of times it's more like what feels nice at the store and is a color that's pretty. Yeah. This is so pretty. I don't know what I'm going to make with it, but I feel I need it. I just need it. Ooh, I'm excited for you. That does sound like lots of fun. In 2 weekends? 3 weekends? I think 3 weekends. So not this weekend, but 2 weekends from now. So like the 21st, I'm going to a big, huge book signing. No, I done confused myself. Okay, you were definitely a triple. Must be a double. There's gonna be like 50 authors there. I've already pre-ordered a bunch, and I will buy more than I pre-ordered there. But I'm very excited. I will ask the authors to sign my stuff and take pictures. Don't do the twisties on me. You stay one direction. I did it! I made it all the way around and I didn't mess up. I don't like that. I feel like that's like stretching it. But that is correct. Just try to make it a little tighter. There we go. So this is our spaghetti hat. We will sew it on like he's got saucy sauce on his head. We're gonna leave a big thing for sewing, a big long tail, probably way longer than it needs to be, but I'm always worried that I don't leave a long enough tail. So now we got to make our tomato sauce bottom. So it's like a tomato sauce skirt. Okay, chain 41. Oh. 41. Starting in the second from the hook, repeat single crochet, SKST. I'm guessing that means skip stitch. Ooh, I was right. So then we don't want this one, but this one, and we want 5 doubles in it. So 1, 2. Well, now I feel like I'm gonna mess this up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then skip a stitch, then single. Then skip and single, skip and 5 double crochets. Okay, and not this one, but this one. Sorry, guys. I'm just really trying to make sure I don't mess this up. Okay, not this one, but I feel like I apologize way more to you guys when I do crafts. Like, bear with me, but I have no effing clue what I am doing. Bear with me. Did I do 2 singles there? I did, okay. Well, that does a whole hell of a lot of good. Oh, you caught the Woo Buffet. Good job, Lisa. Lisa, I think I asked you in carrots, but I either missed it or maybe you missed my question. Did you receive your item? You're the first person I've sent something to, so I am like super nervous that it got there. I mean, I sent people like letters, but not like big things. I don't need that. Woohoo! Half day Fridays. Or Fridays, rather. Half day Fridays. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I see your minifig redeemed, Danny. Thank you. I'm almost done with this, and then I will do that. This way I don't lose my place. I got two tiny tails I'm trying to hold on to. It may or may not be working. One, two. Three. Four. Five. We have this like little like necklace essentially. Get in the first. This is why I usually put a stitch marker in the first one, because I feel like the first one is always like difficult. Or maybe that's the knot and not the first one. That is possible too. Nope, there it is. Because this would be one and then this one. But it doesn't want to. I feel like I always do the first, like, chain, I don't know, wonky. And so I usually throw a stitch marker in it to help with this. Because there's like nothing to grip onto essentially. So. That it's like smooth crochet hook on smooth yarn, and then nothing wants to grip. Everything just slides against each other. I'm about to give up. Too many things in my hand. We're here like up in the air licking ourselves. Like, how dare you take a picture of me in such a delicate situation? Ooh, ooh, did I get it? I got it. There we go. Sometimes it's just a pain in the butt, that first one. Now it's going to be a pain in the butt to get back out, too. There we go. Okay. Ensure that it's not twisted, and then slip stitch into the first one. And then leave a very long tail for sewing. Yes, I was first in carrots today. I was very proud of myself. Okay, minifigs. Here's our little paper with choices of what you think might be in the box. Peacock. Just bow it, it's okay. Yes, number 3 is a ducky. This one here is a ducky. So far, we've gotten the lion and the alligator. I'm gonna go with the bunny. Oh, is it supposed to be a goldfish? I guess that does make sense because it's got fish food. I really wanted it to be a ducky, though. Parrot? Okay, I'm gonna go with the bunny. You were right, Danny! We got a parrot! Whoop, whoop! Whoop, whoop! I like the fishes because they're so delicious. Go, go, fishes! Okay, so we got our parrot snacks. We got our little, yeah. Okay, so we want to put the blue feathers. Come on. They don't want to go on, apparently. I was like, am I holding them backwards or something? Nope, they just don't want to go on. There we go. And then red feathers. Then our parrot torso. Then our face. And I believe this is a lady parrot. She's got blue eyelashes and red lips. And then our parrot head. These are like cosplaying minifigures. There we go. Yeah, they drove 3 hours to the class and then it was canceled. Talk about bullshit. Just try to smooth the feathers down a little bit there. So they're not bloop, straight out. Right, that's just rude. Driving all that way and then nothing. Okay, then we need a brick tax and a hydrate. Let me put those away because I don't need those right now. Says Crazy Manituka, you don't own that ball. Ooh, we're gonna make clouds. Need 1, 2, and then hearts. So the T-Rex came today. It's giant, even the box. Okay, we made clouds. I like the way they made the clouds with the heart and then the other one. Ah, okay. I just letting you know. So that was our brick tax and our hydrate. So it says optional sauce strips. To make this piece look more like sauce, you can also add some drips of sauce. But I'm not sure if they mean just like how they want those strips. Oh, attach yarn to any double crochet. Oh, on our skirt, on our sauce skirt. Attach red yarn to any double crochet at the bottom of the tomato sauce. Chain 4, 5, or 6. I like to alternate between them. Half double crochet from the second chain through the slide down the rest here. Finish off and weave in the ends. Add as many or as little sauce strips as you like. I could stay on a little bit longer today, and we can do 1 or 2 tentacles. My favorite thing, tentacle. Okay, I'm not sure where my string is. So, pasta tentacles. We want large tentacles, medium tentacles, small tentacles, and extra small tentacles. My stitch marker went somewhere. Let go! 2. This is chain 71. I accidentally turned my light up. It's 40. 1, 42, 43, 45, 6, 47. $71. Some men feel the same about having balls as some about having boobs, as in they could do with or without them because they just get in the way. Listen, mine are so big, like, there are certain things like playing golf or like pool, they get squished. Like, anything where you have to put your arms straight out in front of you, it's just boob. It's just boob. Starting from the second second chain from the hook, single increase down the chain. Oh yeah, definitely boob in the armpit. Like, did you really wear a tank top to bed if your boob has not played the escape room game? Like, now your boob is just out there for the world to see. Well, I mean, you're in your bedroom, but you know what I mean. I hate trying to find swimsuits because if you're a certain boobage size, they assume you are like double XL, triple XL, but that is not the truth. Come on. I lost count. Oh well. As long as I do one, then increase. One, then increase. We'll be fine. So my goal is I want to do more co-streams this year. So far I've done one with Dusa and a couple with Carrot because we're doing monthly ones, me and Carrot. But if anybody else is interested in doing a co-stream, I am open to it. It doesn't have to be crafty. We can play a game. We can do whatever. But if you are interested, let me know. I did get the games I have added below. And I'm pretty sure I wrote like, dash multiplayer, whatever, like just in case. Sunday we'll be playing Blueprints again. Crowd controlled. I did not add Bongo Cat code today because it's being wonky. Like, it won't let me redeem anything. It's counting my clicks, but it won't let me, like, turn them in for stuff. It's being wonky. I even tried, like, closing and restarting, and I don't know. They did an update today and added more achievements and stuff. So I don't know if that has something to do with it. Oh, boob sweat's real. Let's retwist our noodle. So our first noodle. Let's see. Is it pokey? What was it? Sorry. I think I have like one or two snowballs left, but I can't remember the command. There we go. Okay, it is the whole word. Pokey snowball player name. Get rid of the @ symbol. Oh, I hit I accidentally added an N in there and it. There we go. There you go. You're 65% less likely to miss the next one. I don't know. I always joke that the Pokemon game is a little like gambling, except you don't have to use real money. They get you hooked, right? They get you hooked, and then you're like catching everything, and then nothing. And you're like, maybe if I just throw one more ball, I'll get something. If I throw just one more ball, I'll get something. And then bam, you start catching everything again, and you're like, yeah. I feel like it's a little like gambling. Go away. Here we go. Silly notification refused to go away. Come on. So I'll probably finish the rest of the tentacles off stream. Just because I'm not sure how fun this is to watch me just like going down the chain. But we'll put it together then next week and start on the next project. So I have two skeins of yarn to make other jellyfish, big giant jellyfish. I mean, not that these are small jellyfish, but that I made last year. Or I have other ones like a Piceratops, a Cacolosaurus. I have the Smorosauruses. Um, but yeah. If you have a preference, or we can make more dino nuggies. Tell me what you think. If you were going to a fundraiser and there were going to be crochet items there, what might you like to see? In the Discord show off channel is I usually post pictures of everything I make in there. So feel free to scroll back through there and look. If you're a crocheter and you would like to crochet any of the items that I posted in there, I will gladly tell you where I got them from. Also, feel free to share things you've made in there. Void, welcome in. Message from the Void. It's certainly true that life often presents us with unexpected challenges. Navigating these moments with resilience and adaptability can be incredibly beneficial. Embracing flexibility allows us to respond effectively to changing circumstances. Maintaining a positive outlook can greatly assist in overcoming difficulties. Ultimately, learning to adapt is a valuable skill for personal growth. Love y'all, my chosen family. Welcome in, Void. I hope you've been doing well. We are doing more crochet this month than we normally do. We're doing tiny Lego sets and then crochet after them the rest of the time. I'm in the process of making things to donate to my daughter's archery auction or archery event next month. Words are hard and they mean things. But today we finished up the giant meatball portion and the saucy portions of our giant meatball jellyfish, and we're making tentacles. So these are our two large tentacles. I can't even show you like all on the screen because they're giant. But welcome in, and we appreciate you, Void. I hope that you've been doing well and things have been going nicely for you. With tentacles. Tentacles! So today we finished up our weekly temperature jellyfish, and then we made our saucy portions. Or this is like a it goes on the bottom, like it's satin sauce. And then this is our giant meatball, which is the body of the jellyfish. These are our large tentacles. Let us find someone to raid into. Clean up my desk some, so I'm not making a giant mess everywhere. And I can actually, do what I need to do. Let's go to stream ending. And today we're going to raid into somebody we know. So let's see who is on. Yeti is on. Rabbit is on. Sarcastic Kitten. Let's see if it'll show me. Oh, that's not what I wanted. The last time I raided into certain people. So following. Let's do a low to high on time. Thank you for hanging out, Alex. Oh, well, it's Rabbit Streamiversary, so let's go into Rabbit. Rabbit. Shout out. Rabbit. Oh, if I can type. Rabbit of Moon. Then raid. Rabbit of Moon. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. We did the little Hagrid and Harry's escape from Privet Drive, and then we worked on the Crochet and Meatball. Sunday we'll be back, like I said, with more blueprints. I'm enjoying playing that game. We'll play it with crowd control again, so you guys can wreak your havoc as you please. Then next week we'll be back with more small sets and crocheting. But thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you Carrot for the raid, and then Snugglebird and One Sick Puppy for the follow, along with Layla Gloss. And thank you Aren't You Special for popping in. We raided them last time, so thank you for popping in and checking us out. Everybody have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy yourself, even if that means sleeping the whole weekend away. Lisa, we caught it! Whoop whoop! Whoop whoop! I appreciate all of you who come in here and hang out, whether you talk, don't talk, here for 5 minutes, or here the whole time. I really appreciate